Alright. Hello. 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 It's been a little bit. Right. Just figured we'd, you know, get on with this. I've still got to do the boss, obviously, at some point. We've still got to breed some bears. There's a few things I want to do first, though, before we get to that. So, let's have another session. Oh, the weather's not looking great, is it? How are the bears getting on? We've finally got a stack combination for female. Male is missing. Can't remember exactly what, but the male is missing something. Yeah, the bears are slowly getting there. I have actually finally managed to get some. Get a male birth. So the bears are coming along. Earth has been leveled up a little bit. Ditch. Oh, that can't we? I bet I haven't frickin' Astraeos in my base. Excuse me. What do you think you're doing? How did you get here? I mean, they will absolutely obliterate spike walls if they decide to, but it doesn't seem to have come through them. Some damage, but nothing's nothing's missing. Right, Bacterium saddle. Nice, lovely primitive Pachyrhino saddle. Yeah, definitely what I need. Lots and lots and lots and lots of prime. Which I think I'll look up for now. Yes, it's been a little bit since our last session. A little busy. But we'll have another one tonight, and then hopefully the next time will be the boss fight. You know, just get a bit of breeding done in between. Start to get a bit full on the old. In fact, that's 2 saddle boxes full now. Yeah. Still haven't found a good blueprint. What's the best one we've got right now? I've got a good Serato BP. It's not an amazing sword, but a half decent sword. Thyla, saddle, BP, yeah. A couple of scubas. For the bears, though, the best I've got is that 60, so I do still need to find a good one. I clearly missed some. I don't think I have them divided by type. I think I was originally going to divide, sort of have sandals down here, and then I was going to put armor and weapons up there. But I realised you can only connect each smithy to one. So that's a bit of a nuisance. We're coming along. I would like to find today, ideally, Gigantoraptor. The feathers, I mean, it's not quite like it's too late. Most my stats have been finally combined on the bears, but if I can get a good feather, that will help with breeding again, because I still want to see if I can find some better stats. Pulling out a Gigantoraptor feather for something like melee or health will speed that up a lot. Also, I keep finding bears which female parent. I mean, okay, I've started to at least get some males now, but you know, so a female isn't useless, but they've always got babies. all the good levels have had babies, and I can get both. It'd be great. So, I want the Gigantoraptor so that I can actually tame the baby and get some levels. First, though, we should now be able to make a gene scanner. And I've got the pearls. So, make one of those, and then I can use that to actually find said raptor. I'm almost out of polymer again. Jeez. Go through so much of this. Okay. So I have a gene scanner. Which I can use to track a max level 107. I'm trying to remember. I mean, I made the damn guide in this, but I can't remember. I think it's based off my level. This isn't ideal then. If the maximum I can track is a 107, that's not going to be very helpful to me. Is it? I can, however, remove some of these negative traits we've got over here. Immutable health actually would be a good one to put on one of the babies. Put that onto the perfect female. Let's take that. I'm trying to think, like, is this right? You know, am I forgetting something? But this should be right. Mutable health. I'm pretty sure these are all bred bears afterwards, so I don't think I've got a trait on any of them to take off. I can do it with the archers as well. I can get rid of some of the bad traits. Let's have another astral for a second. Exotic carrier is fine. I know we had some stuff with bad traits on it. I kind of want to get rid of. Diurnal. Vampiric for a Rex is really nice. Inherit weight frail. Inherit food robusts. The frail should go, but we're not really bothering with the Rexes right now. Anyway, there's something else actually I want to search for today. I don't care on the level. In fact, actually getting rid of low levels would be ideal. Yeah. We're going to track Seratos. We're going to kill off the low levels for the what you call them. I can't think. That way. I'm gonna get rid of the low levels and get some spines so we can actually make the cocktail to tame some good levels. Yes, yes, yes. There you are. What level are you? 25. See, there we go. Which is why, of course, this one didn't give me any spines. Thanks for that. Right. Next. I'll put that on my hotbar. You got another one down the hill, or is that... So yeah, this is actually kind of useful, as much as I can't track the high levels, which I obviously eventually want to do. I can still get rid of all the low levels. Kind of invert it. Need 2 tribe members, one who can scan for highs, and one who can go around culling the lows. There it is. Sir, ma'am, what level are you? 15? flipping Microraptor. It's just what I wanted, you know. Pepper, let me on. No. Where do you think you're going, huh? You gonna do that and get away with it? Hello, Allos. Sorry, did I just Right, the bite on the bear, while it does do less damage, seems to have a much bigger collision. Anyhow, next one's over here. So yeah, I'll just keep killing them until I get a pile of spines. And then I should have enough Rex eggs. I can go and look for a Gigantoraptor. I definitely need levels though. I need a good Gigantoraptor, don't I? If I'm to use it to tame high level babies. I just realised I've been sat in unlisted this whole time. Just make that public. Thought everyone was being quiet. I forgot to actually unprivatize the stream. How very awkward. That's two here. What level are you? 95, out. You can go. Yeah. Kind of pointless streaming to yourself, isn't it? Sometimes you forget to unmute the mic, sometimes you forget to unhide the stream. Where'd that other Serato go? I know it was on the cliff side, wasn't it? So, oh, I hear it. Can I get to it now? Drop down? I think it's dropped down. Yeah. Right, what level are you? Oh, that's a 150. Wait, hang on. Hang on. I'm only meant to be able to track up to 107. Or was it not tracking that? Was there another one that just happened to be in the same direction? Hello there. 40. I'm gonna need levels. I have to find a better Gigantoraptor. The low levels still have their uses. Why are you rearing up? That's just like free time to take damage. Why would you do that? Actually, can I get my sword in play here? Much quicker. Oh! Hang on. I just saw... No, wait, it'll be in this tab, won't it? How long have they been back in? Was that added back from with Halloween? So I always used to drop from alphas in ASE, and then, you know, ASA, they were gone, and I was really disappointed. How long have they been back in the game for? Okay, I appear to be tracking. I'm just going to double check, but yeah, I'm tracking the 150, but my maximum level is 107. That's interesting. I'm just going to flip it to... There's an aloe over there that I know of. But apparently the closest one is up there. Let's just go through a few. Fronto. Yep, right there. Okay. And then if we go to Serato. Now it's saying there's a Serato over there. No, it's changed its mind. It's there. That is really intriguing. Okay, so... Track. Let's try the raptor then. I haven't actually got the eggs with me, but... Yeah, I was thinking we'd have to wait a little bit. Well, no, we don't have to. I can always just find them manually, you know. I was trying to use the scanner to get hold of them. But yeah, if I can just track them, then that is so weird. Scanner a little broken. Hey Kitsune, it's going alright. I may have accidentally forgotten to turn the stream off private for the first 15 minutes, and I've just dropped the bear off a cliff because I was riding with the scanner out. But otherwise, yeah. We're doing alright. How are you? There's a beaver dam there. I've been meaning to get back on this on the stream. The only reason we didn't stream for a little bit was that I was just trying to, you know, do some breeding. And yeah. I kept meaning to do it last week, and my sleep's been all over the place. I've been kind of nocturnal, so, you know, sort of, for the past week, this is about the time I've been falling asleep. So that there's been no opportunity really to stream. I don't think today's the best time to do it, because, you know, I mean, in the UK, it's bonfire night, so there's fireworks going off. Hopefully you won't be able to hear them, but there's fireworks going off everywhere. And in the US, it's it's election day, isn't it? So, you know, people are busy either going out to vote or applying for Canadian immigration. You know, everyone's going to be busy today. But it's been a while, so I thought, oh, come on, we'll see if we can find a Gigantoraptor. Use that to get a bear or two. Maybe, hopefully find some Ceratos. Although, I might need to find some babies first. So we can get kibble. Actually, that's the point. I need to go back to base, don't I? Get eggs. Yeah, if we can get some kibble, because trying to do the Cerato without kibble is It's a lot longer. Damn, we just clipped the second waterfall on the way. Yeah. I say I did a little, recap summary at the start before I realised that it was impossible for anyone to be watching because it was on private mode. I always set the streams to private first so that I can go through and do all the description and the tagging and everything before I start. And I just completely forgot to turn it off private when I hit the go button. So I spent 15 minutes talking to myself, Good times, good times. I need to take some eggs out. Yeah, I've hit high enough level that I can and have got myself a gene scanner. Should make trying to locate a few of these things a bit easier. I'm obviously not max level because we're playing with low XP, so not entirely sure it's going to be too helpful, but it does seem to still be tracking high levels, judging by the testing. Are you in America then? If you're, I mean, you say Canada's too cold. Having been to both Canada and Sweden, I mean, maybe it was just the times I went there, but they both seemed roughly the same. Although from what I understand, Canada certainly got colder, just not, like in the winter. And the place I went, I'm pretty sure they said it was like -40 in the winter, which... But at the time I was at, I was there in I was there during March. It was about the same temperature as here in the UK, to be honest. Okay, yeah, so this is tracking the 130, right? I still don't know what happened to the baby. We were trying to tame it and then it was just gone. It never seemed to come back. But there was a 130 here. It says it's here. Hang on, I was just up at the nest and the raptor wasn't. Now it... Okay, there it is. So yeah, this is the 130, which I'm apparently tracking. It's got the baby symbol, but I'm pretty sure the baby's gone. Which makes me a bit sad, because, I was kind of hoping to tame that one. 130. I do not see the baby. The frustrating part is I can't even, kill the parent and then use the tracker to tell me where the baby is, because the... you can't tame it if the parent's dead. But this is definitely the one it's tracking. Baby might have fallen through the earth. Yeah, so we did start taming it. I don't think it did. We started. I used 2 eggs, and then decided, oh, that's clearly not enough. I'm not going to have enough. We'll go back and we'll get some more eggs. And within 30 seconds, I tried to put it on the taming tracker, and it just wasn't there. So I'm pretty sure it died. I don't know how, but it died. So we're going to have to kill this. And I hope another good level spawns in its place, because, yeah. I also just had a thought that, I'm very stupid for not having thought of sooner, actually. My plan for the day was I was going to get a Gigantoraptor, then I was going to use said Gigantoraptor to go and tame a... now hang on. You are kidding me. So it was there the whole time? So I just killed the only hope I've got of getting a good level. So I thought it was dead because it had disappeared off the taming tracker, like literally within 10 seconds. It was just gone. And it was never in the nest. Turns out it apparently fell down the cliff. But it was just permanently hiding in the bushes. I mean, it's like I could even hear it as well because you just hear the errant, the parent. Yeah. Great. So we just. That's why I was like concerned about killing the parent, though. It was, if I kill the parent, then I can use the tracker to find, you know, if the baby exists, because that will be the next closest one to track. But if I kill the parent, I can't tame the baby. So I was really worried about doing that. But I mean, that's like the third, fourth time I've been around that nest and I have not seen the baby. Until it fled. Like, until the parent's dead and the baby went on the run. I'd have had to have got the baby back to the nest somehow, though. Oh, I think I can pick it up with an RG, maybe. The parent was initially down the hill as well, which was more of a problem even. Damn it, I killed the high level. Anyway, what I was saying before I got, like, rudely arced. My plan for today was I was going to tame a Gigantoraptor. Use the Gigantoraptor to go out and tame some baby bears. Obviously I would have to level the Gigantoraptor up in between. Although, to get full taming levels, you have to literally fully level the Gigantoraptor, and yeah, that's not going to happen in one stream, especially with half XP. But yeah, I was going to do that. Then I was thinking, like, I'll get some Ceratos. You know, again, we'll use the tracker and the Gigantoraptor to get extras. And it wasn't. Oh, no, 130 actually. Great. It wasn't until I've come out to actually do the taming, I've remembered that I can't just tame the Gigantoraptor and then use it to go get the baby, because I have to get the Gigantoraptor, like, you know, to grow up first. So I can't do that today anyway. I completely forgot about the whole, you know, they're babies part of the deal. So that's a bit awkward. Didn't mean to do that. We hit a slight bump. No, go away. Go away. I would love to tame the 150 Cerato, yeah. I've got the Stegos. That's the whole reason I tamed a Stego, is to get me the Cerato. This is gonna... If that doesn't go back up the hill, I can't tame it, can I? Because the baby won't tame while the parent is unable to reach it. So it having just chased me down the hill. Ah, damn, that's two 130s I could have had. Don't know if they were a mate pair, but I could have had two 130s. I did not bring a pickaxe. Oh, I'm going to have to use a stone one. Come on, guys. Yeah, Is that... Oh, jeez. Okay, fine. You just reappeared out of nowhere. God, you're stealthy. You know what? I'm gonna go home and get the RG instead. I was trying to do it on the bear because I can use the tracker while I'm riding the bear. I can't use the tracker while I'm riding the RG. But yeah, we'll get the RG so that I can just... Anytime the Gigantoraptor hit, well, anytime any creature hits you, you get kind of like briefly, it's like stunned, staggered, you know. So you stop running. And in the bear's case, that also means that it you know, disrupts your sprint as well. It's not very good for trying to get away. That's how I lost my I lost my previous bear. The Alpha Carno just kept on sort of stopping it from running away. We're going to have to clear all the rocks and everything nearby. Because they do seem to sometimes bug out if there's rocks or trees nearby, don't they? Yeah, I mean, I was thinking like I'll have to get it chasing back up, but then I've got to lose aggro once I reach the top. Turns out I didn't have to, it just snuck its way back up the hill. Which is interesting because the pathing in ASA is a bit... It's very inconsistent, isn't it? I just got to open the bottle. There we go. The pathing is really inconsistent. Like, they're great at avoiding traps. They're not good at following you around rocks. And yet that one managed to completely navigate its way back up like a winding path to get back to the nest. Weird. Very, very weird. Anyhow, where was it? Where? What is over here? Right? No? No, not that one. This side? Where was it? Come on. Have I lost it already? Yeah, the tracker should only be showing me 107. And I know when I made my guide for the trait system and, you know, showed the tracker as part of it, I know it was working with the level restriction then. Because I used it to go and like hunt down some dodos. And I found a whole little pile of dodos, and the one it was like directing me to wasn't the closest one because it wasn't a low enough level. So yeah, I'm kind of curious that this seems to be directing me to 150s and stuff. Not complaining, but certainly intrigued. That is terrible. Alright. So, we are going to clear these rocks out. Is Mama made it back up? It might be to do with the custom map. I can't think why it would be. That would be very, very, very odd. But you never know. Stranger things have happened in this game. Where's the baby? Come to think of it, where's the parent? So what did you think of all the reveals? Our upcoming content, what do you think? Other than the name, which, yeah, I'm I agree on that one. Hopefully I've cleared enough stuff there. I reckon parents down the cliff from when it chased me, and baby's teleported to parent. There's parent. Yeah, they're both trying to get back to the nest, but they can't. So you pathed up the first time, but you can't get back up now. We're gonna have to make it chases. And then I either airlift the baby up, or we just get to chase. Still cringing on Armor Doggo, but you think the Mad Max aesthetic is pretty cool. Maybe things are a bit OP, but it does sound fun to cruise around the wasteland. You can't like. So, yeah, I mean, basically, that's kind of my feelings. I love the aesthetic of the whole thing. Like, I knew from right at the start when they first put out the artwork, you know, for the pack, that sort of splash. Hello? Are you not interested? You've become level 1. Okay. Why is it suddenly not paying attention to me? What gives? Come on. Look, you managed to path up before. Why won't you path up now? I'm going to reconnect to the server. Either way, get rid of the level 1 bug. Yeah, anyway, from as soon as I announced the splash, showed that first splash screen, I knew that this was going to be my favourite of the three, aesthetically. Like, just, it's the very rustic and the sort of scrap feel of it. It just, I don't know. It makes so much more sense to me, like, than the normal metal buildings you can do. The idea that a survivor just goes, you know what? I'm able to smelt everything down and make these perfect structures, no problem. It's like, no, you wouldn't do that. You just gather scrap. But also, the armor, the structures, I love all of it. I love the aesthetic. And yeah, the trucks, like, I don't think the trucks are going to be OP. I mean, yeah, they're very, very, like, for all we know, they're very quick. They might actually not be very quick, but they look really good. They've only got a one foundation truck bed on it, so, you know, it's not like you have a really fast mobile base or anything like that. We don't have to worry about that part. The harpoon could be a bit iffy. Like, that's the only thing for the truck that I think is really has like room for concern, you know. I think everything else about the truck looks perfectly fine. Tribe Tower, I think, is a great idea. Really, really like the idea of that one. Hey there. Spin. Okay. What else? Yeah, Armor Doggo. So, it's one of those names that, like, I get it, you know, armadillo crossed with a dog, armor doggo. It's two L's, two G's. Fair enough. Like, if it was 10 years ago, before, you know, doggo became, like, one of the go-to phrases, I don't think I'd have batted an eye, you know, it'd just be, yeah, fair enough. But now that everyone calls them doggo, it just... I want to know what their thought process was behind it. Were they just trying to make armadillo and dog fit as a word? Or did they, like, did they give themselves a little pat on the back with, you know, oh, look, we managed to get the word doggo into it. I'm sure whoever came up with the name was very proud of themselves. Here comes Mum. So we'll go over here, we'll drop another egg. Mum, please take the egg, not me. Yeah, I reckon, like, it's a mix of they initially started with armadillo and dog, and then just sort of went, oh my god, doggo! The thing is, like, half the fans will be like us, going to like, oh, you know, oh, a bit cringy, you know, that's gonna really, like, just sort of date things a bit, like, you know exactly when that was added based on the naming. You know, like when a film puts in a specific reference and it really, like, it's so 90s kind of thing. Or if, you know, more modern films when they throw in a meme or, like, you know, a reference to, oh, it's MySpace, stuff like that. But I mean, it varies because some companies do things like that, and the fans rip them apart like, oh, look at them trying to, you know, trying to seem cool. Whereas others do it, it's like, oh my god, I love this company, you know, they're just like us. They're a total gamer, you know. It's yeah. People like to get angry at wildcards, so I can completely see it being something that they'll get ripped apart over. If it was another company, maybe they'd be left for it. I don't know, but it did make me cringe just a little bit when I heard the name. As for its functions, like I love it again aesthetically. I mean, I think armadillos are kind of cute, to be honest. I do like armadillos, so yeah, slapping the armadillo skin on the back of the dog, absolutely fine. I really like it aesthetically. I don't like, as you say, the 30 features. You can only use, like, I was saying, you can only use one at a time. You can only use one harness at a time. It's still got the whole I can't die thing. The tracking part still present, which, if this is for the weapon traits they're adding, which I'm pretty sure it is. In fact, I think the original Crunch even said, like, you know, a helpful friend to sniff out weapon traits. So, yeah, I don't think we even need to really guess at that one. They didn't mention it during the stream, but I'm pretty sure it was already mentioned somewhere, some other time. But that alone would make it already a useful companion to have, you know, a useful tame. Thank you, goodbye. Like, the acquiring weapon traits on its own already gives you a reason to tame the dog. But you got that. When it's not in companion mode, it has the pack bonus. And then, of course, it's got a harness. So it's basically a Hyaenodon when it's not in companion mode. But then you put it in companion mode and it can't die. It follows you at all times. Including just teleporting to you when you die. You know, it just pops up again at your side. So you've got that. And then yeah, like, so it's already got a few abilities outside of the harnesses. It's already, you know, basically Hyaenodon plus. Then you throw in the different harness options. And even though you can only use one at a time, which does help, but it's still a bit too much for my liking. If they wanted to have all those harness abilities in, I think one way they could have potentially done it is like Aberration and the Light Pets. Aberration came out and you had 4 light pets. They didn't really do much different. But, you know, you pick the one that you like the most. So maybe we should have had a selection of companions. You know, you could have had the armored doggo, you could have had a cat something, or I can't think. My mind's gone blank. But you know, have a few different companions, and you pick the one you like, and then each one's got, like, say, 3 attachment options. And that way you have, you know, no one tame does everything. If you think you're going to want a variety of different things, like, you know, oh, some situations I want the sleeping bag, some situations I want speed boost, etc., then you need a different one. could have been a way, sort of a better way. You would have still probably had favorites for most like people, or an outright best one, because just some abilities are always going to be slightly more useful than others, you know. But it wouldn't feel like one creature was just doing so much. Part of it is even just that, you know, they're always adding new creatures. They, like, a few months down the line, they'll want to add something else. And this is using up, you know, 12 ideas in one creature. It kind of starves them of future ideas. And because it's part of a paid pack, the more things it's got, the more it leans into the pay-to-win issue. If it just had, you know, 2 abilities or something, it's a lot harder to argue that. Could you maybe go pay attention to the egg that's over there? Come on. I'm trying to put it as far away as I can, but it's not paying attention. I've already moved it closer than the last 2. Yeah. I mean, some of the abilities I don't love on the, you know, even if it was the only ability it had, I still don't really like it. The auto heal, or to be honest, even to an extent, the auto feed. It's not like I find, you know, feeding my character exciting. You know, ooh, occasionally I have to press the food button. But it's a part of a survival game, you know. That's... Feeding your character is part of a survival game. And the auto-healing is just, you know... It's like... What the hell? The Oasis were, like... I've mentioned it before, but the first part of the Bob Saltales pack, you know, the Frontier, I think was fantastic, because it was mostly like cosmetic or decor items, you know, things that if you didn't have them, you weren't really at a disadvantage. You know, you don't go like, oh damn, it's not fair, that other tribe have got scaffolding and I don't. Or anything like that, you know. Oh, they have plant pots. Oh, this is so mean. Okay, I only got two interacts out of that one. Previous egg gave me 3. Yeah, you know, like the Frontier wasn't that bad. The most pay-to-win things in Frontier were the shovel, which, I mean, technically everything that you can get from the loot crates was already in, you know, other loot crates. It makes it slightly easier to get it, because you've now got an extra form of loot available to you, but I thought you were going for the egg. You're not going for the egg? But the shovel didn't give you access to anything you couldn't get already. So the Oasis was the only real pay-to-win thing in the Frontier part. And in the end, the Oasis, like, if you've got one, then great, but, you know, it doesn't really give you an advantage. It's one tame every 24 hours that comes back as a baby. If you could already breed them, then, you know, like, it's obsolete. The only thing for the Oasis is, like, I think it keeps the levels. And if you had a favourite tame that you like, you know, you gutted, you lost, then... And I mean, to be fair, if, you know... Like, again, what's the difference in just breeding a new one and giving it the same name? So the Oasis are like, it wasn't really pay to it. It sounded like it was going to be, but it was actually quite fine. That said, I still don't really love the idea of it. It's removing death. It's a survival game. Death is a core part of the game. And now we've got a dog that cannot die. And it can heal you without you having to do anything. Now, it might not end up being very impactful. They said it's essentially a med brew. We also don't know what the cooldown is. Maybe the cooldown on it is like, you know, 5 minutes, in which case it's probably not going to make much difference. But yeah, it's certainly, either way, it's an advantage. All the things that harness can do, if you come across someone else who's got one of those and you don't, they are winning. It's extra DPS, it's, you know... Look at that, why are you getting through my egg so fast? The first two gave me 3. The last 2 have given me 2. This baby is just not cooperating, is it? Yeah. I think there's no question that the dog is going to be an advantage. Which turns it into pay to win. The less features you give something, the harder it is to argue that. Okay, come on, let's go. Let's go. Quickly, before they reach the egg. Inherit stamina frail. Damn it. Come on! Spin. I don't know. We'll wait and see. Maybe the numbers, like, we don't know a lot of the numbers. Maybe they'll turn out to be, like, really weak. I mean, freeing you from bowlers and, you know, finding the weapon traits alone are already 2 really big things. Even if you don't have a harness at all, it's still got some very useful abilities. It's just one of those things where you feel a bit more like... So, I know, you know, when Bay plays games, comes around, he likes to say that I complain a lot. I actually feel like I'm generally pretty positive on Ark. You know, when everyone else is going, "Ugh, wildcards suck," I'm like, oh, I think it's great. You know, they've made an awesome game. I love it. Sure, there's some bugs and stuff, but I still have enough fun with the game that, you know, they don't bother me. Just run away now. No, not into the nest. Not into the nest. Onto the bird. Yeah, you know, I get accused of complaining. I think generally I'm quite positive on the game. this, when I saw the dog get released, get revealed, and every other person I knew was like, "Oh my god, I need it today," and I was just like, like, I thought, maybe this is what they're talking about, you know? Maybe this is why it says I complain. It's like I'm more positive on the game as a whole, but yeah. Things like this is where I just go, ugh. What's my thoughts on the Dreadmare? So, I think the best way to just complete summary is not a fan. But again, it's a couple of different things about it. Too many abilities and too many good abilities for one creature. That is just kind of a universal thing for me, is that I'm not a fan of creatures that do a lot of things. You know, if it gets to the point you need an on-screen instruction manual, it's too much. You know? That's my thought on like, I mean, most of us, I think almost all of us started on the island as our, like, you know, as your introductory map. Almost every creature there is very, very simple. You know, it's usually the difference is just stats and damage. Some of them have got special abilities. Or like in some cases maybe it's not got a special ability, but it's got, like, you know, the turtle doesn't have any special abilities, but it's got, like, you know, good resist. Takes less damage, things like that, you know. Oh dear, the egg just went. Come on, no, one more, come on. We can do this. We can tame you without one more egg. Come back, baby. Nope, too late. So yeah, that's just kind of a generic thing for me. Is I think, like, I was never going to like the whole the black hole cryo dimension thing that it's got going. Don't like that. Some of the other aspects I think are fine. I would have probably trimmed it down to just like one or two, but some of the other ones are alright. Aesthetically, see, this is with the Armored Doggo, I think that, like, I love the aesthetic. The Dreadmare, I think, looks amazing, but doesn't, and I know there's a lot of argument against this, so I don't think it fits Ark. If there was a specific map that was very supernatural, very, you know, filled with sort of demonic creatures, things like that, I think it'd be fine. It's an amazing Halloween creature. Like, as a egg, why are you going over there? That's way too close. I need it as far away as possible. But yeah, as a Halloween creature, fantastic. Like, if it was something you had to fight just for the event, or it was, you know, something like you tame to get a reward rather than as a tame, you know. But yeah, if there was a specific map, a specific arc that had a bunch of these kind of like demonic, supernatural creatures on it, I think it'd be right at home. I mean, personally, I only ever play one map at a time. I don't move back and forth, but, you know, I don't use a cluster. So I generally try and think of what I think is good for the game rather than good for me, but in this case, it's certainly, yeah, you know, it wouldn't bother me as much because, like, I thought you were paying attention to my egg. Are you not eating my egg? Damn it. Why the Giga chicken? I both want its feathers for breeding, and I want the ability to tame babies and get some actual levels out of it. Sorry, I got caught up in a in a thing. I wasn't ignoring you. I promise. Yeah, the egg is too close. It wasn't meant to be. I was miles away when I threw the egg. It's also hatching, but you know. Put up another one. There we go. Oh, there is definitely power creep. Yeah, like, say ability-wise, that's my concern. I don't think it's good for the game. I don't think the Pyro main was good for the game. I don't think the Dreadmare is good for the game. I don't think the Armored Doggo is good for the game. In terms of long-term health, it's too much. Can't remember who it was I was speaking to now. I asked someone else their opinion on it, and they sort of described it as junk food. Where, you know, at the time you're like, oh, this is amazing, I love it. But long-term impact isn't good. To be honest, I also feel that way about most of the Genesis 2 creatures. I think it's power creep again. Baby, come on, I only need one interact. But yeah. For me, personally, I don't tend to play, say, more than one map at a time. So, as long as something fits the map, which the Genesis 2 creatures did, definitely, like, I personally hadn't been playing for years, but if you had been playing for years, and, you know, it was kind of like progression. Every map got slightly stronger, you know. Extinction was a bit more extreme than Aberration. Genesis was a bit more extreme than Extinction. Genesis 2 was more extreme again. It felt like a logical progression if you played the maps kind of in order, you know, as they released. Genesis 2 felt very power creepy. But I think they fit that map. I haven't played Genesis, but from what I know of it, they kind of, you know, they fit the level of everything else on that map. And so that's why I think if the Dreadmare, if we had an arc that was supernatural, like, lore-wise, would it make sense? Maybe not, you know, having demons and everything roaming an arc? Yeah, but who knows. But if everything else on that arc, if all the terrain and all the other creatures fit it, then I think it'd be great. Because I say, aesthetically, like, the design of it, the visual, is awesome. But it spawns on the center and Scorched, and I mean, okay, the Pyromane's already on the center, but if you think the center was just dinosaurs before, like, that was it. It's just real-world dinosaurs, most of which do nothing more than bite you. And then you introduce a, like, transforming fire lion and a demon Pegasus which can suck things into another dimension, and it's like, they just feel out of place. Yeah, a temper, exactly. It's a Halloween creature. That's why they released it at Halloween, because it fits. It is Halloween themed. It fits so well. I'm glad that some people like it, you know, because I'm just, you know, I'm just glad people enjoy it. I, to an extent, am, you know, a bit Bit jealous that I don't. I'd love to be able to just go, oh my god, this is amazing, I want it now, you know. But I can't switch off that part of my brain that just said, this feels weird. And yes, the gold and turquoise is a really, really nice mix. I'm not sure it would have been great to have as like a temporary, you know, tame it and keep it forever. Because then, you know, anyone who wasn't there during the event is going to be at a quite big disadvantage considering it's a mobile cryopod. Like the zombie dodos that you can get during Halloween, they're not exactly super useful. You get them because they're amusing, not because, you know, this is going to really shake up my PvP. Zombie wyverns, a little more so, but if I remember right, statistically they are basically just a normal wyvern but slightly smaller. Or do they go higher level? I've not actually tamed a zombie wyvern myself, so this is the first time I've played since the last stream I did. Anyhow, I have a Gigantoraptor. Now I've just got to wait for it to grow up. And I'm going to get rid of that trait, because that trait is naff. I completely forgot about the growth part when I set out to do the stream today. I thought, great, I'll get one and then I'll go use the tame a bear. And it needs to grow up, so it's going to be a while. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've been ranting about this for ages now. It's not ranting, it's passion. As I say, I feel like I'm normally actually very positive on Ark. When I first found it, like towards the end of ASE, you know, it was kind of a, oh my god, why did I not know about this before? This is amazing! I love it! Oh, I'm so happy. That's why I started making content. So I just really, really love the game. Yeah, I feel like it's getting a little power creepy. I do think I'm less enthusiastic about it than I was, like, say, 6 months ago. There's one that way, apparently. Like, I'm less drawn to log in and play every day at the moment than I was. Part of it is possibly because we haven't got any, like, a new map. And I mean an actually new map, you know, something I've not seen before. Official one, at least, we haven't got. And part of it is I'm a bit worried about the direction that it's taking. Yeah. I think they're doing an amazing job with the aesthetics, though. Like, Pyromane I didn't care for in any way. I didn't even think it looked pretty, to be honest. But everything else, I think they've done a really good job with the way things look. Not always a fan of the gameplay, but aesthetics, you know, fantastic. And that's what I'm excited for with Bob's Tall Tales. You know, that skin pack is easily my favourite of the ones that we've seen. If those skins had been in since the start, I would have been wearing them since the start, and I don't think I would have ever even looked at, like, you know, the cowboy or the steampunk. It would have just been them. Everything else would be, oh, that's cool. but I'm gonna stick with my, you know, my scrap metal and leather. I always, there's sort of like two aesthetics I'll go for characters normally. It's kind of the like really heavy armor, you know, like ornate, sort of medieval, they're like dwarven style kind of thing. Or it's very, very tribal. And this, it's kind of, I say modern tribal, you know. You're not wearing bits of bone and feathers, you. But similar look, just different material. There should be a Gigantoraptor over here somewhere, apparently. No way. Oh, there it is. What level are you? That's a 140! Damn, why did I get the 130? Female, what was the one I just tamed? I know the parent was a male, but... also female. Okay. So... I need to find another one anyway. And yeah. There you are. It's taken, you know, probably better part of an hour, but that's my opinion. I'm really intrigued to see how the Tribe Tower affects things. I have never done any PvP myself. Not even the tiniest bit. Oh, okay, that's a lie. I took part in the Monarchy Season 6 community final, where, you know, a bunch of us, they built a really big tower to defend and a bunch of us swarmed it. I wouldn't really call that normal PvP though. That was just, you know, come along, have a laugh, throw all your tames away, because the server's getting wiped, you know, in 2 days kind of thing. It wasn't proper PvP. But yeah, I think it'll really separate out, it'll show sort of which tribes are in it for what reason. I've always found it very funny when people say they hate the, you know, oh, the cave meta is really boring. Everyone builds in caves. It's so dull. And yet, none of them are going to be the ones that sort of step out and say, I'm going to be different. I'm going to build in the open. Although there's a few other things I feel are very odd. Like, there was sort of a, you know, I stop by PvP streams occasionally just to see if I can catch a glimpse of, you know, an actual fight. Never do, but I'm always intrigued to see if there's an actual fight going on. And there's always a complaint about cryopods and how they want to go back to the old cryopods. These cryopods suck. And I'm just thinking, you know what makes cave building possible is cryopods. Because it means you can have 400 tames and you can still live in a tiny cramped space. You got rid of cryopods, then yeah, they'd have to leave the cave, they'd have to build outside. Or the other one is the much simpler one, just turn off the ability to build in caves and then there is no cave meta. It's literally a server setting, you know, allow building in caves, yes or no. Turn it off. For the Tribe Tower, I feel like no one's really going to care about the buff that it provides. Nah, it's still pointing to the one we just come from. I don't think anyone's going to care about like the XP buff, you know. Ooh, 1%, yay. But having a big tower that sort of displays a number saying ours has been up for longer than yours. You know, bragging rights. Because a lot of PvP's always kind of intrigued me. The fact that you get a tribal almost like it owns a server. They take over the entire map and they are the only tribe on that server. It's kind of, so who are you fighting then? Where's your PvP? There's always PvP games. There's a lot of people who they almost like try and find as many ways as possible to avoid PvP. I've played so many MMOs where it's people just eventually, if there's no reward in it, they don't fight. They just avoid a fight unless they can get a reward. Oh, you're pretty. Level 20. Well, you could have a good feather. And you've got a male baby. This'll do. I just need to find somewhere to drop an egg for you, don't I? How about up here? Well, yeah, I mean, hey, it is indeed a measuring contest, but if it works... And that's why I find it interesting, because it's going to show who is actually like, you know, who is PvPing for what reason. Yep. Oh, did you not care about the egg I gave you? I mean, you came over this way. Yeah. Bragging rights are, like, I think that's an honestly better incentive than a reward. Because if people are doing it for the reward, then as soon as the reward is gone, or there's no hope for a reward, or the reward's not needed, the interest dies. Again, playing MMOs, the amount of people, not for PvP, but the amount of people I knew who would spend years leveling a character, grinding out gear. And yeah, sometimes in PvP as well, they wouldn't do PvP unless they had this gear or this character. So they would spend years on it, and then some of them would go, yes, I've finally maxed it out, now I can quit. Or they just immediately make a new one. And you think, well, what was the point? Why did you invest all these hours just to immediately abandon it? But, as I say, I played with people, or with people against people who did the complete opposite. Star Wars The Old Republic. There was a PvP zone, an endgame zone. This is going to still take me more than one egg. God damn. Yeah. So, PvP endgame zone. And in it, there was objectives. You know, flags to capture. And you had daily quests that you had to complete in order to unlock the PvP gear set. And initially, these quests were capture like 5 flags. And yeah, everyone just spent all their time. They would just go to a flag and they would sit there, watch the enemy capture it in front of them, not attacking them or anything, just go, yeah, enemy's taking it. And then as soon as the enemy's taking it, they move in, they capture it, the enemy backs off, watches them take it, and they just would swap the flag so they could get their quest done as quickly as possible. And then they'd be like, yay, you know, we've done it, woo, now we have our PvP gear. Now we can go and fight people. And it's sort of like you could have been fighting the entire time, but instead you weren't willing to do it until you got the gear. You actively avoided fighting. But there was complaints to the devs of like, this is ridiculous, you know, the PvP gear doesn't even involve actually having to fight. So the devs changed it and made the quests require kills instead. And it was like, get 30 kills a day or something for your quest to earn your gear. So naturally the players just shifted to like standing in a corner in a big group and taking in turns to kill each other. So they still weren't fighting. They complained the quest didn't involve fighting, and then when they made them involve fighting, yeah. So some people, they'll join PvP and try as hard as possible not to actually fight. But this tribe tower, it's all about bragging rights. The only way you're going to get the highest uptime is if you make sure no one else has one. So, yeah, I'm going to be very intrigued to see how effective it is, because it should be. It's not about reward, it's about bragging rights. And therefore, there's always a reason for someone to keep going after it. If it was just a reward, they go, I'm already max level, I don't need XP. But putting a timer on it that tells the entire world how long you've kept it going. Maybe we'll even see, like, you know, a bunch of tribes coming together to try and take down the ones who've got the current, like, top score. They won't even care, you know, if they were the ones who took it out, just as long as that tribe no longer has it. Come back! Stupid baby. We'll see. And as for the trucks, I just assume it's going to turn into Mario Kart. It's just going to be people building racetracks. Although it's obviously going to be a bit awkward, because unless you've got some sort of boost somewhere, once you're in the lead, the only way you can stop being in the lead is if, like, you crash. Because all the ones you can actually use as a weapon face backwards. If it was the opposite way around, like the person in the lead is in the lead, but they can't do anything other than just try and not crash, and all the people behind have got weapons to use to help them catch up. I'm gonna need my last egg for you, aren't I? Because you kept wandering off at the start. Stupid baby. You're level 20, jeez. What is going on with that? That beam. That's weird. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing how Extinction looks. I think most people on day one are going to be rushing out to get themselves an armor doggo, and I'm going to be more focused on trying to get a truck. I'm hoping it's not very pay-to-win pack, though. Frontier was great. It was almost entirely aesthetic stuff. There was very little that had an effect on gameplay, and the stuff that did wasn't really a big advantage. Steampunk, I felt, went very into the advantage. Even just, from traits alone, like, that's a big thing. And that was locked behind the paywall. But then, you've got the embryo incubator, you've got the blueprint desks, you've got all these things. Steampunk shifted way too far into pay to win. I'm worried that Extinction is going to go further. Personally, the best thing they could do for the health of the game is to just release purely skin packs with no gameplay content at all. Just every couple of months have a cheap, like, it's like $5. And it gives you a structure set and a couple of outfits. So much potential for skins. And just release those high quality skins. Cosmetics, no one can complain. Do that. Ideally tie them into the maps as well. I mean, obviously, Bob's Tall Tales is releasing alongside a map each time, so they're already kind of doing that, but when Fjorda comes out, which isn't a story map, so it doesn't have Fjorda, Bob's Tall Tales, it's not going to have a Bob's Tall Tales aspect, but, do a Viking theme pack. It gives you Viking structures and Viking outfits. Lost Island release a kind of, like Aztec-y, Mayan kind of skins or something. Although it does have castles on it, so it doesn't 100% fit, but I still think that's the most logical for it. Crystal Isles. I don't know what kind of aesthetic would fit for that one. Maybe they could do like the you got the wyvern gloves on Scorched that you can get for killing an alpha wyvern. They could make finally the rest of that skin set, because that's very crystal heavy. Have a full, like, draconic crystal armor outfit and very crystalline buildings. Oh, stamina. Who knows? I am curious if they're going to do anything for the other non-story maps. So I really thought we would have had another one by now. I thought Ragnarok would have been already out. Rather than doing it after Extinction. That's a heck of a shift from the original. They were mimicking the ASE release order, except for Scorched, which was always, meant to be coming a bit earlier. Yeah, I would have thought Rag would have been out. And Extinction would be the one late. We need meat! Aren't you pretty? I can't take your feathers until you're adults. I still think this is my favourite though. Like, that's turquoise and gold is such a lovely colour. Maybe they're getting the smaller maps out of the way first. I feel like it's more likely to be the story maps have got, like, they're the ones that introduce the new mechanics. The new mechanics and the new creatures all came from the story maps. You know, the non-canon ones did have a new creature, usually. Like, Ragnarok has the Griffin, you know. Valguero had the Deinonychus. Can't do any more Gigantoraptors today, I'm out of eggs. Let's go get some meat. But mechanically, I mean, Scorched added the whole weather system. Although obviously it was Wyverns that were the thing that got carried over to every other map. But mechanically it added the weather system. Aberration added things like radiation and the charge lights. Extinction. Well, so I suppose Extinction's biggest contribution was the cryopods, but you know. I do find it kind of funny that I see people saying like wildcard aren't good at maps. You know, the community are so much more creative when it comes to maps, and yet of course the community map creators are all like, we need wildcard to add more stuff so that we can use it. Which clearly shows that actually wildcard is the creative one here. Plus, you know, those story maps have got a... They're so different from one another. You cannot play Scorched the way you play the Island, and you cannot play Aberration the way you play Scorched, you know. OSDs, of course, that's what Extinction is. I'm trying to think of mechanics for Extinction. OSDs. Element veins. Duh. Let's kill you. Right. There's no point tracking any more Gigantoraptors, but mechs. Yeah. I've never really used the mech. I tried a little bit. I wasn't really very fond of them. I do know that the Mega Mech kind of is, you know, the thing to beat the Alpha King Titan, but yeah, I tried using mechs for just like general combat and Extinction. I didn't overly love them. It felt like just Tame worked better. Same with the Enforcer, actually. I really wanted to like the Enforcer. 440. Right. I want to be able to like blacklist things from the scanner so that I can go find a different one. Yeah, the Enforcer, I spent ages, like I killed a high level Enforcer, got its little blueprint, and then I spent ages and ages and ages grinding lampposts for element dust so that I could make my good high level Enforcer. During which time I'm pretty sure I could have just tamed a normal creature. Several normal creatures of high level that would have performed better. But I thought, this'll get me worth it, you know, good level in force, that's gonna be amazing. Yeah, it was a bit... Yeah, you know, wasn't the most exciting. Why do I feel like this is a really bad idea? Yeah, I think the Enforcer did me well with the like the lowest OSDs and element veins. But to be honest, by the time I'd managed to grind out all the element dust to make that Enforcer, again, I could have probably got a normal tame good enough to beat the OSDs anyway. There was a brief moment there where it couldn't bite me. Okay, so originally I could take on the Alpha Raptors and Alpha Carnos on foot because I could just run around behind them and they couldn't hit me. I feel like now I've reached a point where we swapped from single player to server and that strategy doesn't work for the Raptors anymore, but I think now actually it might work for the Rexes. Like we've reversed. We've gone from the Rex being the super dangerous one. Oh, it still does a fair chunk of damage to the bear, but on foot I've got more control. Ooh. I still don't feel super confident about taking on the like 145 Astral Rex that's wandering around, though. That's still a bit much. Let's have a look. Nearest Serato is it's still at 140? I think so. Right. Yes, wishful thinking. If Wildcard backported any newer features or creatures, what do you think? Oh, back to ASE. See, I wondered if maybe like when ASA came out, they issued sort of strict rules to modders for what they are allowed to port over from ASE to ASA. And they were told that creatures were fine. We were allowed to, you know, because the creatures were basically already in the game. They were already in the files. They just, you know, weren't spawning anywhere. So they told them that all the creatures were fine, but they weren't allowed to port over the maps. I did wonder whether people, like, would anyone try and recreate the ASA stuff in ASE? Because they didn't mention anything about that. Now, I don't know if there's some reason for that. Maybe, like, surely the models should still be compatible. Because I don't think they've even changed the models. I think the dinos barely look different, and when they do, it's mostly because, you know, there's different lighting. I don't think any of the new things are especially complicated or anything in terms of their graphics. Some things probably can't be backported just because of, like, it'll be an Unreal 5 function. But I have to imagine the majority of them could be if someone wanted to put the time in. So, yeah, it's whether Wildcard would allow it. Because just as they said no no porting over the maps to ASA. They obviously have a reason there that they're kind of hoping. Honestly, I'm not sure. I was going to say that they're hoping, it'll generate sales for them, but of course the maps aren't being sold. The maps are part of the game, so. Best I can think of for that is that if modders made the maps early, then like when the map was officially released, there wouldn't be that sort of surge of players. How many Microraptors? Excuse me? Half killed me, that is. Jeez. And there's still two more. Yeah. There's always a surge of players when a map gets released. That's the best I can think of for why they would restrict the maps. There could be, an actual financial reason to not allow backporting. Because if all those creatures existed in ASE, that's one less reason for people to buy the newer game, If you really liked the Gigantoraptor, oh, I really want to play with that thing. It's an incentive to buy the newer version of the game. So backporting kind of removes that. But I don't know, because I always found it weird that mod makers were allowed to put the DLC creatures on the maps. Surely that's half the incentive for buying a new map. Look at all these shiny toys you get with it. Or you could just go to Fjorda and get them all there. So I honestly, I don't know on that. That's another Rex. 95. If they were allowed to port them back, I mean, in terms of features, I think most of them probably already exist in some form in ASE, like quality of life mods. A large bit of ASA at release was, just incorporated some of the more popular editions. I just thought I need to check there's no Microraptors around before I attempt this, don't I? If I get Microraptor in the middle of this, that's not going to be very good. Creature-wise... I don't know, what do we think would be the easiest thing to port? Okay, Bear is approaching half. I doubt the Rex is. I can't tell because it's kind of filling my screen. Actually, yeah, that's okay. No, but the pause there. Oh no! Don't take fall damage. The bear does a bit more damage than me, but it attacks a lot slower. The brief pause to check the health of the Rex, I think, if I was going to beat it without stopping to heal, that changed it. That lost me too much time on too much attack time. Gave it the advantage. But if we heal back up, I think I can take it. Of course, it is still coming. It's not giving up. This is with a pretty good saddle as well, though. 180. Actually managed to find one in a drop finally. The bison. You said you were quite excited for that one, the bison. I'm very excited isn't the word I'm used. Intrigued is the word for me with the bison. Because now we've seen when the jumping spider, you know, lost multiple votes, or runner up in multiple votes. People kept saying, you know, oh, add it anyway. You should add it anyway. Look, it's clearly popular. You know, it came second twice. Like, put it in anyway. And so they decided, yeah, okay, we'll add a jumping spider. But they did it in a different form. Now, that might mean they already had an idea for what they wanted as the aberration creature. And they just basically, they used kind of like, yeah, maybe they thought they wanted something that was, you know, a grapple function. And then just decided, you know what, we can use the spider for this. Like, we can, you know, a spider would make sense, we can do that. And so they just thought, well, we'll make the community happy while using our idea. Or, yeah, maybe they had zero plans at all. Decided they, you know, the community clearly wanted a spider, so we'll do the spider, and then found something to suit it. Which is probably a bit more likely. The bison wasn't the runner-up in any of the votes. It was, I think, 8th. It came like 8th in the Ragnarok vote. So it wasn't the runner-up. It's not like you could say, you know, oh, well, the Gigantoraptor's already being used, so they're using the next spot. The bison was far, far, far down the list. But this means now 2 of the additions have been things that were in creature votes. So at minimum, I would say they are using, you know, that they're seeing what's popular. I can't imagine, you know, they had plans for a bison already and, you know, just completely like, oh, you know, this is a good opportunity. It's definitely, they took the, you know, they looked at the vote again, because it's a vote creature that was going to be on on Ragnarok, and then ended up being you know, a generic creature. And instead of just replacing the Ragnarok one with a totally new creature, they clearly decided to use another vote one. But I'm like, that doesn't mean that it's going to stick to the vote. And that's what intrigues me. That, like, just because it's another creature from a vote, does it mean it will be the vote version? Or is it going to be more like Cosmo, where, you know, they've got an idea for what they want, but they're taking the species? Because that's what the votes are meant to be at the end of the day. While they all have, well, almost all, the Fasola was the only one that wasn't really. But they were meant to be suggest a creature, not suggest a, you know, suggest abilities. Bear. We need to get out from under that. Oh, it's so bloody. I really thought I would have been able to take it that time. I'm not very good at articulating my thoughts here. I know the point I'm trying to get to. I'm just struggling to actually arrive. Thank you. Because Cosmo, I think, was definitely a case of, you know, they saw people wanted a jumping spider, and they just went, okay, well, we'll find a way to do it. But that is what the votes were meant to be. It was stressed every single time. I can't say they actually helped reinforce that point when everything they added, you know, the Gigantoraptor, the Rhino, the Yeeling, yeah, the Shasta, were all practically identical to their vote, their vote suggestion, you know. So people definitely will come to the conclusion that, look, you know, if you suggested it, it wins, that's what's going to get it. But whenever a vote was run, they always said, suggest a creature. Designs were able to be changed, even names were able to be changed. But it was all about the, you know, you were suggesting a species. So for Cosmo, you know, the votes happened, people looked at it. Oh yeah, the votes happened, they looked at it and went, people really want a jumping spider. Let's find a way to implement one. And it could be the same with a bison. They could have just said, look, you know, people want a bison. Let's find a way. But who knows? Maybe they will take the vote suggestion. It was a bit of a weird suggestion in a way, because it's like half of his abilities came, they were just trike. It had a charge, the same as the trike. It had the tyrant buff, you know, gets a boost around big creatures, same as the trike. There was something else it took from the trike as well, I can't remember what. But it had a couple of things from the trike. And then it had, like, and it was just kind of like a very jack of all trades, like, go on then, fine, you clearly want me, you just keep coming back. No matter how far I run, you just keep coming. There we go. What else? So yeah, there was, you were like able to shear it or cut its pelt in the same way you can a sheep. It could boost crop growth, which I don't think they do that anymore because, ooh, because we've got the shovel which boosts crop growth, and if you had 2 of them, you know, that's just going to be ridiculous. What else did it do? I only did the bloody recap a couple of days ago. Can't even think of what it was. There was the wyvern milk. Yeah, the wyvern milk that could also be made into cheese. So again, it was just kind of like, it was mixing together stuff from like half a dozen different creatures. Oh, and it could pull carts, which, well, I mean, you know, Frontier Pack added carts, so that wouldn't really be a unique selling point anymore. You know, add this because it has a cool, like, cute little cart behind it, it's like all the other creatures. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some similarity, but I don't think they're going to use the whole lot. I am very intrigued to see, though, if it, you know, how much does it match the suggestion, and how much is it a brand new kind of, you know, wild card, just borrow the species. Some just submitted their own version of the armored doggo. I mean, that's the thing that got me with the armored doggo reveal, right? Now, obviously, the dev is going to be excited about it, and I completely understand that. You know, they've spent all this time designing it. They're really proud. They're really pleased, and they can't wait to share it. But I was playing a game. I think it was Northgard. I was playing Northgard. This little, like, cute little strategy game. But I was playing that with a friend at the time, so I was only half paying attention to the stream. And I heard, like, the start of the armored doggo sort of description, and then, you know, sort of went back to the game and played a bit, and then I sort of glanced over and thought, he's still talking about this one creature? And it's like any time one of the hosts sort of made any question or any reference to anything, it was just like, yes, it can. It could also do that. It could do that too. Like, of course it can do that. Yeah, like, definitely. And it was just sort of, it felt like it felt like a vote creature, you know, like a submission, because it was just this endless list of abilities that took half an hour to go to describe them all, you know. And I just remember thinking, like, halfway through, that if this was a submission, people would hate it. I mean, okay, we got a lot of creatures voted in that were stacked with abilities, you know, hence the Sky Giga for the Rhino. It was absolutely filled with abilities. It still won, because clearly there is a large chunk of the community that do like very, 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 very filled out creatures. We all like the game for different reasons. I like a challenge. Others prefer, you know, something a bit more casual. And for the more casual people, and I don't mean that in a bad way, casual gaming is important. I have casual gaming, I just don't do it in Ark. But for the people who want something more casual, they would like a creature that has, you know, more abilities, something that is extremely powerful and makes the game easier. You can clearly see this in the votes, that some people would vote for, say, the Rhino, that one, despite being an incredibly strong creature. And there were people who were disappointed when it was released that it couldn't carry a Giga around. But there were also several of us who sort of thought, you know, this is absurd. Like, what the hell? But the armored doggo, it felt like it was on the, like, it felt like it was so packed that if that was a vote creature, it wouldn't have managed to win because it was just too much. Some of those threads that you used to read, it was, you know, it was just rattling off a list, and then it does this, and also this, and then this, and it could do that too. Yes, wow, amazing. You know, the 5-year-old like designing a superhero, and he can fly, and I mean, it's literally Superman for the superhero analysis. Superman reads like a character that a 5-year-old would design, and he can fly, and he's got super strength and laser vision and super speed and X-ray vision, and that's what half the vote creatures felt like. It's just anything you can think of, it goes on. And that's how the Armadoggo sounded to me. It reminded me so much of reading the vote threads. And just the endless scrolling to try and find where the end is. But at least with the Armadoggo, it is restricted to one at a time. It's got a hell of a lot of options, but you can only do one. I want to put the heads up, but I don't have... Paste if I got... Not a lot of paste, okay. So yeah, we'll see, we'll see. As I said, I'm glad that some people like it, because I want people to enjoy the game. And no matter whether I like something or not, if other people do, the devs have still done something right. Like, it's always a shame when, something that you enjoy, it's not that it gets taken away, but like you feel like you just enjoy it less. It's always a shame. I feel like all these new additions make me enjoy the game just a little less than I used to. But in exchange, other people enjoy it more. Obviously, I would rather prioritize my enjoyment. But for the devs, that doesn't matter. Player is a player. We'll see. I'm sure I'll hate it on release, and then 2 months later I'll forget it ever existed. That's the way these things normally go. You don't need that, actually, do you? You're a juvenile. It's always the way it goes. And if I really hate it, I'll just do what I did with the Pyramid, and I'll just stop it spawning. I don't think it's going to matter to me too much, because I typically don't play... As much as I want to play with other people, I don't have anyone to play with. So, yeah. For me, with me it is just literally a case of don't like it, don't use it. The only reason I object is because I feel it sets a bad precedent for the way the game is going in the future. And if I ever do decide to get into PvP, not using it suddenly stops being an option, because then you're at a significant disadvantage. Have I ever considered going back to ASE? Yes, actually. Quite a few times. I still might. It wouldn't be a permanent, like, I'm abandoning ASA. I hate it, I'm gone. But I have certainly considered going back. For content purposes, I don't really do Let's Plays. I think this is fairly evident from my Scorched series that I kind of, it's not run out of ideas, but I'm not great at the follow through. And I do, like, I play in bursts where I'll play loads for like a month, and then I'll have a month off, which doesn't lend itself very well to Let's Plays. I don't think there's any point making like guides for ASE anymore. At most, I would make a guide for an ASA thing, and then if there is a difference for ASE, I would mention it. Like I considered doing one for the Reaper, and just there the difference would be the levels, how the levels work. I just jumped on my bird and started flying. I don't actually know where I'm flying to. Autopilot. I really enjoyed doing that one. It was a pain to edit because having two people means that there was a lot of like banter, a lot of back and forth, things that I wanted to keep, but that happened during like nothing interesting gameplay wise, or there were moments where something happened that was really funny, but I wasn't there to witness it. So like, you know, we'd be playing and he'd just be like, you know, oh damn, I just died to whatever, you know, and it would make me laugh, and I think, oh, you know, I want to include that, but it's kind of awkward to include something which is when I'm just doing something really random and he's dying in the background. Especially when I was already struggling. Ooh. I was already struggling for time. Like the amount of stuff I had to cut. The first building episode we did. Whoops. First building episode where we had the little let's make a wall. I think I had about 9 hours of footage for that. And I wanted to keep so much of it. But it was basically just kind of arguing, insulting each other, things like that. And not actually any building going on. That happened all the time. It was just... There's so much silliness. But it definitely made it harder to edit. A lot more fun to play though. Part of the fun of playing it was also that he was new at the game, so I wasn't like... I know a lot of the time when you have someone like playing where there's a... I was going to say an old experienced player and a new player. I wouldn't really call myself experienced at that point. I've been playing less than a year when we started making that. But you know, certainly compared to him, I was experienced. I know normally when people do that, it ends up with them just trolling each other, you know. The kind of, oh yeah, go tame that, it's a passive tame, go and feed it, and it turns out, you know, it's absolutely not passive tame. We weren't like that. I wasn't trying to trick him. But it was still a lot of fun trying to teach another person how to play. I did enjoy that one. Yeah, I just don't... I don't know, I don't think I'm the best for making gameplay videos. I'd love to. And that's why I started the Scorch series. I clearly made a mess of that one. In many ways. I think it's because when I watch gameplay... Actually, I know, that doesn't even make sense. I was going to say when I watch gameplay, there's lots of stuff that, like, I don't... You know... Like, I don't like to see this, therefore I assume nobody wants to watch it in my gameplay as well. But that's not true, because I've sat and watched people do all sorts of... Like... You know, all sorts of silly things. Yeah, I'll sit and watch people do building. It doesn't bother me. But then when it comes to me building, I just go, nah, nobody will want to watch that. But yeah, that's why I chose to stream this one, because it means I don't have to edit. Plus, it's just more fun for me because I get, you know, I get people to talk to. There's advantages to both formats, but yeah, ideally Let's Plays I would rather do on stream. Don't you dare! Don't you dare go and drown. There, stay on that rock. Stay on that rock. Fall asleep there. No. Anyway, I kind of lost track of the point I was making. Oh yeah, ASE. If I was to go back to ASE, so I wouldn't be playing with Shifty. He pretty much uninstalled it the second we finished that series. I think he enjoyed it enough, but I don't think it's the game for him long term. I don't think I've actually heard from him much since. We've known each other for a long time, but it's also kind of like a... Unless there's something we're playing together, we probably don't actually have that much contact. I think the last time I tried messaging was like earlier in the year and I never got a response. He might have just been busy and then forgotten about it. It's another good level. Oh. Yeah, classic gaming friends. Stop swimming. It's down, okay. What do you think you're doing? Anyway, again, off track. If I was to go back to ASE, it would only be for gameplay. It would not be anything else. As a channel, I think my forte is doing sort of the guides, the information. I take far too long to make them, which doesn't, you know, on new content isn't great because, well, people want it now. So, like, I still need to do my Archelon guide. I've got everything ready, I just need to actually sit down and record it. And at this point, I don't think anyone's going to watch it. Hell, look at the reveals video. That was only like 12 hours behind other people and still... yeah. There's only going to be gameplay for ASE. There's no reason to do informational content there. And I just don't think I'm really the best at gameplay, so I do feel like going back to it occasionally. Partly just, I don't know, because it's kind of the same but also a little bit different. Partly because I know a lot of people haven't made the switch yet, and as much as there's nothing that makes you not watch ASA just because you played it, you know, you don't have it yourself. The games are similar enough that you can still follow everything that's happening. You still, you know, you're not watching going, I've got no clue what's going on here. What's this person doing? I don't understand. You still know it. But I don't know, maybe some people would rather watch ASA than ASA. So I do think about it every now and then. I'm not sure what I'd do. Maybe play Genesis? I was originally planning to wait for it to come out in ASA, for that to be my first experience of Genesis, but that's probably not gonna happen for at least another year. Depending on if they try to just get all the story maps out, or if they, if they do the non-stories in between. If they just go for stories first, then it'll probably be about the end of the year. Yeah, maybe I'd go back to ASE for Genesis. I've still got it installed. Oh, I don't know. For now, though, I'm just trying to think of what to do in this. My plan wasn't very well planned. Get Gigantoraptor. Use Gigantoraptor to tame bear babies. Profit. I completely forgot about the wait for Gigantoraptor to become an adult part. That's kind of got in the way. I would like to find a baby Serato, but I don't think that's going to happen either. That's what the tracker was for, but there's too many nearby that don't have babies that are good level, so I don't want to kill them off. And they're ruining my tracker. Yeah. Creating content is a very... It's almost like a game in itself. I don't just go for what I think is going to be popular. I do try and mix in things that just, I want to do myself. But there is also, it's a lot of time investment. Because, I go ridiculously over the top with things. I make life difficult for myself. It's not a 30-minute recording, I'll be there for a couple of days. Which means that it is a big time investment, and so it needs to be worth doing at the end. It doesn't necessarily, I have to make, be the greatest performing video ever, but, if I spend a week on making something and 10 people watch it, it's a bit disappointing. Because the whole point is to make things to help other people. As much as, yay, I helped those 10, that time could have been better spent on helping, 100, 1,000, whatever. So, yeah, it's trying to work out what's worth putting the time on. Now, I think what we'll do... Don't need you. Go. Take you, and we'll take these. I keep opening and closing it. Wrong Archie. Yeah. We'll see. Ideas change with my mood. But we've got extinction in about 5 weeks. So I need... Well, I don't need to fill the time in between. It's not like I've done anything for the past month. It's been a rough month. So, yeah. I keep meaning to do things and I just, you know, sit down at the computer and... I don't know. Sometimes I open up the editor and just kind of stare at it for a bit. But a month, I've got some ideas. Let's try and see if I... There's one idea I've had knocking about for a couple of months already and I still haven't started on. But yeah, gameplay is the tricky one. We'll see. We'll see what we can do. Extinction though, well, see, in some ways they've ruined it with Armored Doggo because they've told us everything it can do in advance. I was going to be putting out a guide on day one, you know? Well, not day one. Week one, maybe. But I'll go to put out a guide and everyone already knows what it can do because they've told us. There's no discovery. She just revealed a picture and being like, you know, have fun guessing, nerds. God, that's assuming I can even fit the bloody dev kit. It's already 700 gig. I don't think there's going to be room. I actually don't think I can fit the dev kit for Extinction. Yeah. That's... Damn it, I didn't even think about that one. I'm not sure I can justify buying a new hard drive either. Right, that's awkward, isn't it? That's kind of my whole shtick, like making, you know, making ridiculous guides with all the numbers in them. How can I do that if I can't access the dev kit? Also means any other projects, I'd better get them done in advance. Oh no. That's one advantage to Let's Plays, if you know you can do them. There's you just need the game, you don't need anything else. And with mods, is they unstable easily? Yeah. I do remember seeing back near ASA launch, they did like a big patch to the game and a bunch of mods broke and people were so outraged and like wildcards suck. And I just remember thinking, if they'd never used mods in a game before or something, because every game I've ever played, when it updates, the mods break. That's just standard gaming, you know. It's perfectly normal. Oh look! There's a Factimus in the wall. Who's artifacts in the wall. There's one there, just... Of course, I don't actually have to kill these. Swim past, but I'm doing it anyway. Yeah. I don't know how I'm going to deal with the Devka being even bigger. It's already taking up almost an entire drive on its own. I really need a better saddle for this. This ridiculous. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. You never have to worry about that again. Let me just get you in a better position, like where I can actually. There we go. And then it immediately swims to the back again. Smart, that's what I've done. Okay. One level. And a lot of fish. Why is this suddenly longer? The imprinting bar. It's weird. Any loot? Ah, we've talked over so much. Can't believe you missed it. Sorry, I was just, you know, typical affair, I was just insulting my own content. Lamenting over how stupid I am. You know, the usual things. Well, stupid isn't the word I would use. But I'm not very good at follow through. I'm very slow. That's all. Please be more loot in here. More than just the one crate. Yeah, I started using mods this year. I've always used some mods. In fact, actually, I think since moving to ASA, I actually use a few less mods than I did in ASA now. Now, part of that is certainly because some of the things I used mods for in ASE are like, you know, kind of built in now in a bit. It was mostly sort of just little quality of life stuff, or building mods. I used the architect structures. Like, that was the one consistent mod that I always used in ASE, was architect structures. Improving snaps. There were some nice additional building pieces, but it was mostly for improving snaps. More scuba. And it also changed the sizing a bit. Basically, it makes them the same size as they are in ASA for walls and stuff. Which is why moving to ASA, you know, I actually didn't really have much of an issue doing it because I was used to already building with larger walls. I didn't like S+. If it had just been a construction mod, I don't think I would have had any issues with it. But it went past construction and into automation, and like it kind of felt like it was playing the game for me after a while, which I wasn't fond of. A lot of stuff. Hey Dunks, don't mind me. See, Dunks are fine, they don't care. But yeah. I did use, some mods on ASE. ASA, the only thing I really use, obviously I've got a map at the moment, but beyond that, it's just, yeah, it's just the hair mod. That's it. I always find it funny when, like the launch of ASA, when, you know, the mod workshop was empty, and no one had access to any of the mods that they were used to from ASE, and just like the sheer panic and confusion for so many people. It was like, how do I do this? What? I didn't know creatures did that kind of thing. You know, or just, it was like some people had never played the game before because they were so used to playing with mods. Whereas, you know, I was just like fresh off the back of doing the Lost Island playthrough, which was 100% vanilla. So it amused me so much just seeing everyone kind of fall apart, unable to play without the mods, and I'm just like, well, that's what you get. You know. One of the things I didn't like with S Plus was actually not the mod itself so much as the way it affected the people who used it. It was the first time I ever tried streaming Ark. I'd only been playing like 6 months, but the first time I ever tried streaming Ark, the amount of people I had sort of coming into chat and saying things like, you know, just use this. Just build this structure. Just use this bench. Just do this thing. Just go tame this creature. Like, I mean, in the creature one, obviously it wasn't S+, but it was something like Ark Editions. Or, in some cases, Kraken's Better Dinos. But almost every structure they would list off would always be something from S+. It was like, just do this. And I'm like, I don't have that mod, I'm playing vanilla. And they'd be like, but that's part of vanilla. And it's like, no, it's not. I had to like sit and open up so many tech trees and go and show people that the engram didn't exist. Because they were so insistent that it was part of the core game because it had been that long since they'd played without S+. That, yeah, that they just assumed it was vanilla. They see it all the time in your Reddit threads as well. There would always, anytime someone asked for help, someone else would always come along and say, you know, like, just you just need to set up your propagator, or you know, you just or things like that, and yeah. I didn't love the mod itself, but I hated more that the impact it had on people, that they kind of assumed that because they couldn't play without it, or they didn't play without it for so long, they kind of assumed that everyone else played with it as well. And so that was, you know, it was a default function of the game at that point. It may as well be default, because who doesn't use S+? Weirdos. So yeah, that was like one of my biggest complaints. Wasn't even the mod itself, it was just, I don't know. I like to try and keep as vanilla as possible. Oh no, there was a piranha. The other thing is, if I stick with vanilla, then I do decide to join a server. You know, I'm not used to a certain thing. When we tried doing a community server towards the end of ASE, we set up a community server, and you know, sort of, I said we're going to use this mod, we're going to use this mod. You know, we're going to use like Marnie's hairstyles. We're going to use, yeah, this sort of quality of life mod kind of thing. And instantly, everyone sort of responded with, "Can we have this mod? I can't play without this mod. I need this mod." And if I said no, it was just like, "Oh, well, I'm not going to join then." By playing mostly vanilla, I never have that issue. I don't go to a server and find, oh damn, my favourite mod's missing. Ah! Of course, if they don't have Marnie's, I won't be able to have my beard and my character won't feel right. But to be fair, I've also never played on a server which didn't use that anyway. It's like, even the official servers that have mods all run Marnie's hairstyle. So, yeah, I feel like that one is safe. But, if a server doesn't have it, I'll just make my character look a bit different. Doesn't affect my gameplay. Yeah. I do think it's good to go back to basics every now and then. Otherwise you just get out of touch with the game, you know? If a new feature comes out as part of a DLC or a new map or something, and people go like, "What? Why would you need that? We already have that." And it's like, no, you don't. That's how you end up making guides, you know, like with the wrong information in it, because you're too used to mods. I have seen that on occasion. Someone makes a guide and they like don't realise some of the things, you know, and they're saying you just need to use this item to tame the creature, and it's like, well, that item's not in vanilla. It's a hive over there. Or when the Rhino came out, and you know, put out the first. It was a very rough guide. It's the most rough guide I've ever done. Ironically, probably the best performing guide I've ever done as well. But the Rhino came out, and I made a little guide showing how to do it, and the amount of comments I got saying, "Just use the net gun." Like, it's so easy to tame, just use the net gun. Because everyone was so used to playing on, like, the latest maps. But the net gun didn't come out until Genesis. And the Rhino spawned on the island. Which obviously didn't have a net gun. But everyone was just like, just use the net gun, man. It's so easy. Oh no. Go away, I need to feed that bear. But you're a decent level with a child. I don't want to kill you. God. I'm clearly getting tired because I'm just rambling about random nonsense now. Give me that my cryopod. Stupid pegos. Right. Gonna quickly lose sound while I tab out. Get smart breeder up. We can do a stat check. What have you got for me, Mr. Bear? Was it Mr. Bear, Mrs. Bear? I can't remember. Yes. Beep, beep, beep. Updating the smart breeder. I get it. An extra point in weight. Wow. 1 whole point in weight. Oh, good. That's what I needed. Hey, big boy. Bye, big boy. Nice to see you. There. See, I want to ask you guys, like, I was gonna say, what map are you most looking forward to being ported over to ASA? But you've both said that you don't have it, so can't even ask you. Let's fall back on the old generic, standard question, like number 6. I don't know, random number, but you know, the old default questions that everyone always asks. What's your favourite creature? Go on. What is it? 2 health. Oh, such a good Gigantoraptor, baby. I think Ragnarok, you'd like to see ASA players play for the first time because that was yours and your friend's home quite a while. Now, I'm a little intrigued with Ragnarok. Because none of the maps so far have had any significant changes. The island had like a few new ruins put on it. Obviously a lot more trees. But in terms of layout, everything was identical. The center, the only major change was Lava Island. Yeah, that got completely redone. Everything else was the same. Scorched. A few more trees, everything else the same. Like visually they all looked different. But like in terms of gameplay, they were the same. There was no changes to the terrain shape. You know, rocks were in the same place. Key features, all the same. But Ragnarok was, according to the wiki at least, I don't know, I didn't see the mod version of it, I wasn't around in Ark then. But Ragnarok was classed as never finished. You know, that entire massive empty desert area was apparently unfinished. So, I'm intrigued. Is Ragnarok going to be a direct port where everything stays exactly as it is in ASE, so that, you know, everyone just goes, oh good, my favourite map's back and it's exactly the same, huzzah! Or are they going to try and finish it? Is it going to actually have some changes? I'm really curious. Sorry, I was apparently really tired. Out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere. Sleep's been all over the place, but... So your favourite is Kentro, so little, so grumpy. And yours is the Megaloceros. I do find things like that funny. That, like, it could be for the weirdest, like, dumbest reason. But just like a key memory, or... like the first time you encounter, first time you do something in game sticks with you and it affects everything. You know, someone I used to play with when we first started, their favourite was the trike. By a huge margin, it was the trike. Spent so long just breeding trikes. We had like an entire island of trikes because there's just too many for the base, so we ended up putting them on an island, retirement island. And then one day when we finally for the first time got flyers, which was like, you know, a couple of weeks at least into playing, we finally went out and got PTs and we went and explored the island and landed to get stamina on the edge of the redwoods, and a Rex came along and killed them and their PT. And so I brought the low-level Spino that I had tamed recently, and I brought that over to try and rescue them basically and get their stuff back. And they had zero interest in the Spino at all, but after that the Spino became their favourite creature for ages. Just because it had saved them. This is like, it just suddenly shot to the top of it like, it's the best thing ever, I love it! And then every single map, the base was just filled with Spinos. The trikes never got tamed anymore, it was Spinos all the way. Just because of that one moment. Do I reckon I can do the other cave? I need some more grapples if I'm going to do that. Grapple? Fetch. I really want to like the Kentro, but never end up taming it. I think largely just because it doesn't have a saddle. Even if it wasn't rideable, if it had armor, think I would appreciate the Kentro a little more. See, for me, like the one there with the sort of like the random moment that changed how I viewed the creature. It wasn't necessarily a random moment for me, but the Daedon is something that I would have never thought twice about, like, at all. Would not have cared for the Daedon one bit. And for a very long time I didn't. You know, I literally paid zero attention to it. You know, never bothered to tame them. I know most people take them into boss fights. I just didn't see any interest in taking a Daedon into a boss fight. I would rather just, you know, bring another of whatever the combat creature I was using. Like we used to do boss fights with 19 Ankis and a Yuti, you know, stuff like that. Never bothered with a Daedon. And then we got to ASA, and I mean, as you may have noticed, I like to do a bit of the melee combat, you know. Every game I've ever played, if there's melee option, I always end up going melee. But in ASE, I never did, because loot was just so much worse. You know, you'd be lucky to find a weapon that got to like 200%. Which way they really didn't do much damage. Plus, when I'd first started, you know, I thought, well, why would I need melee damage? I'm always riding a tame. Have zero need for melee, you know, because I considered it harvesting rather than, like, it was a kind of, how am I ever going to out damage, you know, the T-Rex that I'm riding kind of thing. But then, yeah, ASA, the loot is better. So melee actually started to feel like a viable strategy. I didn't realise that until I was playing with someone else. I was playing with Charlie Spirit. And we went to go to a cave run, and they'd got a good pike. I had like just a basic prim pike, and they had like a 400% one. And it was like, what? Oh, they're doing so much more damage than me. Like, wow, that's actually effective. So I sort of completely respect into like full melee. At which point, obviously, I needed something to ride while I was stabbing things. And yeah, ended up with the Daedon because it's small. Like, it was fairly low to the ground, so I could stab things. I wasn't too high up that I couldn't reach them, you know. Had a lot of health, so it could take a beating. And most importantly, it was one of the best saddles I had at the time. But now, I always, if possible, I always get a Daedon. I never used to use them for the healing, the actual thing that it does, its one ability. I never bothered with a Daedon. But once I started playing with a melee build, I always get a Daedon. Kind of like the bear as well. I never used to really care for the bear that much. But because I can fight from the back of the bear, it's certainly gone up. Oh, I forgot I had a cryo fridge over here. It's not as good as the as the pig for it, you know, because like it's a bit bigger, so it's harder to get close enough to actually hit things. It's got a lot less health, but it's speedier and it can actually defend itself if I, you know, if I don't want to stab the thing. So yeah, bears have gone up for me. Yeah, I know you can fight from the back of the Megalosaurus. However, I don't think the Megalosaurus is going to cope with being fought from the back off much of the time. Frickin' Arthros at the ground. The pig I used for I don't know if any of you watch Monarchy at all, but I joined in the last 2 seasons of of course I got Mega Raiders straight away. The last 2 seasons of their community server, they've had like a, you know, big event at the end. I joined in for those. And one of them, they had a mod for a giant deathworm boss with like 4 million health or something. And we had 2 days to tame and like gather equipment and stuff. And I managed to find a good Daedon saddle again, so I took a Daedon. And that was basically it. That was all I took into the fight, because it was all I got over the course of those 2 days. It was just a Daedon with like 50,000 health and a good saddle. $50,000 health, a good saddle, and a shotgun. That was my... I mean, it was a maxed out shotgun. It was like, you know, 700%. But that was my contribution. Everyone else was like running around with, you know, an army of Rexes, tons and tons of wyverns, and I was sat there on a pig. I had good fun. It's also how I did the center bosses. Was a Daedon. Daedon on a sword. I think it's like about 2 minutes to kill the alpha bosses. This is a little empty. Not complaining, but just, you know, feels a bit weird. Exactly, yeah. I just realised I'm going to die. I didn't notice I'd been given rabies a second time, that the timer had refreshed. Oh, it's going to be really close. Nope! Yep. I didn't notice that the timer had refreshed. I thought, I've got enough health to outlast rabies, that's fine. And I completely blanked on the fact that it had, yeah, it had refreshed up again. Oh, come on, why are you here? Now remember, I didn't kill anything on the way in. I suddenly regret that. Although it looks like most of it chased the bears, like going through, so... Ah, boy. No snake. Yeah. Ankies were my first, like, the very first boss fights I ever did was with Rexes, but you know that was back when it was like single player settings and we had like 6 Rexes. My first sort of like real creatures bred for war with bosses. Oh no, 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 no! Stop it! No! I could have made it if it wasn't for the damn scorpion. Why can I not select that sleep? How the hell have I got a cooldown on a sleeping bag? They get destroyed. They're a one-use item. How do I have a cooldown on a sleeping bag? Yeah. So it was Anki's. Anki's was the boss fighter for me for a long time. Why have they moved cosmetics and crafting over? Just to confuse me that when I go to the crafting tab I get cosmetics now. Why are these... So yeah, I'm a bit confused with this. The new system. Like... I can't make these. But the other day, when I first went to look at the system, I could make 2 of them, but none of the rest. And I was very confused for why I could make just those 2. At first I thought maybe it's because, like, you know, if I only had, like, gloves and legs in my pocket, maybe it was only letting me make gloves and legs. But it wasn't. It was letting me make gloves and hat. It's very odd. That's such a pretty one, that. Funnily enough, so for those of you who don't know, I was gonna say I collect. Not really, not very actively, but I have some Warhammer models. I used to collect them when I was a teenager. Now I have just a handful. But I've been trying to think of a paint scheme for some of them for a while, and I kind of settled on turquoise with a splash of orange and red, and it's, yeah, it's actually that. And it's good because I wasn't sure quite how it was going to look, and okay, sure, that's not what the model looks like, but it's good to know the colours work. Good to know. Excuse me. Holding my head off. Also, I'm sorry, but Diplodocus is one of your favourites? I know you said this about 10 minutes ago, but I'm just... Yeah. That's something I just can't quite wrap my head around. Like, do you just mean it's one of your favourite dinosaurs? like in general, you know, say you always loved it as a kid kind of thing. That's just a carryover, or is there some gameplay reason that you like it? You know, that you always tame one? Because that's just crazy. Where's the K? I've gone past it. Stupid fog. Nice down here. I brought a bed, but oh no, I do have a foundation. It's okay. Not that it needs to go on a foundation; it just needs to touch a foundation. All right, here we go then. I think it'll be fun to drive around. It's fun to ride around. Push things off cliffs. Use that on Valgrow and use them to hold stuff. The very first time I ever moved base, I used a Diplo to carry most of the stuff. And I mean like the very first time when I was moving out of the thatch beach box, you know. Yeah, loaded a Diplo up with. I mean, we also took all the dinos on a raft, so we had some bunch of storage boxes, but the Diplo got loaded up with a bunch of stuff. The only other time I've ever really tried to make use of them was OSDs. We were doing OSDs with PvP turned on, and of course you can damage the OSD when you've got PvP on. So we had to try and think of a way to keep like all the dinos away from the node, and yeah, it didn't work. But I tried to use a Diplo to just push all the things away from the node. A damn scorpion. I'll give it another try, just, you know. There we go, look at that. See, when there's not a scorpion in the choke point, easy, straight across. Just like that. And we'll just pretend that never happened. There was no death. This was a perfect cave run. I don't know why I'm actually coming over here. I don't want the artifact. I just wanted loot crates, of which there's been one. I'm still very intrigued by the Minotaur, by the way. Because it is, of course, So I know that it is a reskinned Ferox. You can see that in the way it moves and like the animations, the combat abilities it's got. You know, it's got the claw swipe, it's got the smash. It is fully a Ferox that's just been reskinned. But obviously, when you think of a Minotaur, you know it's a half bull, half. Well, it's not half bull, half man. It really is. It's more of a man with a bull's head. So it being on all fours, with really long arms and like short, stubby back legs, feels very odd. Do we reckon? Okay, I can get across that one. What kind of run up do you think we'll need to get across the second gap with a bear? I don't think it's gonna make it, but oh no, it did. What? What? The bear managed to make it across. No. No. Don't be daft. I suddenly found myself wishing I'd brought my flak armor, but I was thinking, you know, Arthros. It's not going to work, is it? What's under here? Whole pile of piranha, a Sarco. No, a loot crate on this side. One loot crate over there. And a blue one up there. Now this is a bit of an awkward one because there's nowhere to regen stamina on that side, so I can't like go out and fight. But I'm wondering if I can avoid fighting all these piranha if I... Oh, those ones are aggroed. And those ones are aggroed. Jeez. That's so many. Why did they not aggro until I got there? That is really weird. Like, they didn't aggro as I was swimming past, but... can I make a chair? That is a good thought. There is a tree down here. Can I actually reach it? I don't know, but maybe? Oh, actually, no, I can just stand on this. Yeah, I'm gonna regret not having my flak with me because there's some Sarcos in here. Also, another few hundred piranha. Okay, here it comes. I've got to be careful of stamina now, though. I can't just keep stabbing. Like, it actually helps if you do grab me in your jaws, because then I know I'm going to hit you. Hello. Ow. You know? That hurt quite a bit. Wait, fish. As long as the two Sarcos from the other side don't aggro as well, I'll be alright. If they aggro, then, you know, I don't have enough health for that. Slowly freezing to death in the water. That's not helpful. Please be worth it. Nope. Not unless I decide I want to use a Carno for the boss fight. Which I feel like that's not going to go very well. Oh, okay. More tames for things that don't spawn on the map. More tames, more saddles. Sorry, did I say tames? I don't even know what I said. Either way, can't use it. I like mammoths. I feel like mammoths aren't, they don't get as much love as they should do. Lots of health, good damage. One of the only debuffs that affects the bosses. And they get cool drums, you know? Should use mammoths more. Your go-to wood gatherers. Okay, do you remember the first time we got stuck down there and I just could not get the grapple to connect? We ended up having to like go up onto the lower level and build a foundation to get up. First time. From further away. Anyway, that is very disappointing loot. What? Excuse me? And now I lose my gear. I parked my RG all the way down there. Like, all the way down here. And now when I get out of the cave, I find a Serato has, like, what, spawned? Dropped from the... Is it run up the ramp? Is it... Good night, Sapien. Thanks for hanging out. There's the bag. But yeah, did it like run up? Which would be very weird because it's kind of a winding path, but I assume it's dropped in from above or something, but it's slowly pushed my RG all the way up to the cave entrance. Doing like small chip damage of like 40 at a time. Oh, that's a lot of fall damage. And it's, yeah. It's pushed my RG all the way up there and killed it. Damn it. Now I need to breed a new one. Can I make it home before I starve and or freeze to death? That's the question. Stupid Arthros breaking my gear right as I leave the cave. Yeah, what the hell? Why did that Serato have it out for my RG? I couldn't see any damage numbers until I was almost out the cave. No, bear's not insulating me. There's no symbol in the bottom corner. I know there is a creature that insulates you. The Bassie definitely does, but I know there's something else as well. I just can't think of what right now. But I know there is something else that insulates you. Yeah. I couldn't see any damage numbers from in the cave, which I would think would mean that I'm out of render. Maybe not. Maybe the render range and the number display are two different ranges. Oh, I'm gonna have to go soon. I'm yawning all the time. Oh! No, no, Bertha! Bertha! Move! I'm gonna die in my own base. Died in the kitchen. If I hadn't taken the extra damage from hitting those spikes, I'd have been fine-ish, fine-ish. I would have at least made it to the fridge and got some healing. Oh, now I'm not cold. What changed? Why was I cold a second ago, but now I'm not? Yeah, I could have grabbed some food from the fridge if I just hadn't had that brief impact with the spikes outside. Gutting. It's just... Oh dear. I'll take some prime. There we go. Alright. Yeah, I think I should probably stop, to be honest. I'm getting... Hey. I'm yawning. Yawn, yawn, yawn. I don't like doing that. He says, in the middle of another yawn. Yeah. Right. Well, I need to do some breeding. That's about half. There we go. Did we say these were... Okay, well, I mean, it's a mate pair, but one of them is male. So, sorry, one of these is a low level. Of course, mate pair, one of them is a male. And we'll get some more Rex eggs. Maybe I can find another Gigantoraptor. We'll get these bred up. So I can work out what feathers they provide. Hopefully that'll help with the bear breeding. And the next time we'll have yet another hunt for good bears. And now, actually no, wait. I'm gonna stay for just a little bit. Just a little bit longer, because there's something else I need to do. Again, I had another plan for tonight. I had a few things I wanted to do, and I've realised all of them have a slight issue, which is that they're all baby related. Oh, damn it, you're yawning. They're all baby related. So I need to go and find one. You are a new one, so I'll take you. I need to go look for some Seratos. I need to get my stuff out of the box before I go as well. We're going to find some other Seratos. We need to find a Serato baby. Specifically, we need to find a baby. Because I need kibble. There's no point me imprinting you, is there? Nah, you're level 20. Yeah, I need kibble. Because I want to tame an adult Serato for the boss fight, you know, just to give the bears a bit of extra juice. You can use prime or mutton on a Serato, but from my own guide, unless it's been changed since I made it, you could do 10 feeds per drunk phase. And even on double rates, which I'm using, you will need at least 3 drunk phases with prime meat. Whereas if I can use kibble, I only need 1. I completely forgot until the other day that... So I was saying I can't make the good kibble because, you know, there's no fancy eggs, there's no Uties, there's no wyverns, nothing like that. But Serato, of course, because, you know, why wouldn't it? The Serato provides fancy kibble eggs. So I need to get some Serato babies. Yeah, I mean, there's the 150. I'm killing this because I still need spines as well. I want to tame the 150. But, say, to tame it, we need to get it drunk and then we need to feed it. If I can't use kibble, I'm going to have to get it drunk a lot more, which means I need loads of spines. You know, way more than I've already got. So I can't do it that way. I think I've got enough spines to tame if I use kibble. But, you know, to get the kibble, I need eggs. Which means I need to tame some Seratos first. So I either need to find a bunch of really low-level Seratos that I can tame, which I don't think I can be bothered, again, using the spines for a low level. I mean, maybe, but also, you know, I'm committed to this plan now. And we're going to look for some babies, and then we'll just raise a baby up. Yeah, that's the plan. We're gonna take some babies and raise them, use them for eggs, and then once I've got some kibble, we'll tame an adult. But yeah, the alternative is I grab like a couple of level 20s or something, you know. Because they would probably only need one cocktail to get drunk. And then yeah, I could easily use prime meat on them. At that level, it wouldn't matter. And I wouldn't be after efficiency because they'd be terrible level anyway. So, as a last resort, I can go for just some low levels. But I kind of want to get them done now so that I can, if it's babies, I can get them raised up, you know, get them producing some eggs before next stream. And that way, you know, next stream I can actually go out and tame the proper one, the 150 that we want. Where is it? The tracker? Still that direction, okay. Damn. Must be a real empty void of Ceratos around here. This is tracking it from miles away. Miles and miles and miles and miles. Yeah. Again, it was part of my game plan for today was we're going to tame a Gigantoraptor, we're going to tame some bears, we're going to tame a Cerato. And then I realised all of them involve, well, a bit of growing up time. I heard you. You're under the Bronto. No, that's what I can't see. It's 100 again. So it is a spine source, but I need a baby. Why do you guys not have babies? I know you can have babies. No, I was trying to save you from the cactus man thing. Could you please not be in? Is my Arger gonna die now because it's inside a frickin' Bronto? There we go. Stupid Brontos. Right. Next one, where is it? That way. Okay. That intuition there, you know. Instinctively just knew. Now I better have flown past it. Double check. Must have been on top. Bum ba-dum, bum ba-dum. It's not on track. Ah, it's there. 130, no baby again. I'll leave the 130 alive though. Although that's going to make it awkward for the tracker, isn't it? Because I can't just tell it to find a different one. It's always going to pull up the closest. The downside. do 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 do. One thing I didn't realise until I was playing previously, when I was first looking at getting a Gigantoraptor, I didn't realise that the bonus levels you get for claiming a baby with the raptor, the bonus levels you get are based on how many level ups the raptor you use has got. I'm guessing that's the only one nearby then, if that's not. If that's the direction it's telling me to go still. But yeah. Like you need... It says you need the full 88 levels to be able to get... like the max taming levels. Which is just insane. 88 levels? I think I've only ever had like one creature that I've got to max level before. But I didn't realise that. Partly because I think when the Gigantoraptor first came out, you could still claim babies and get, like, you know, it was still a bit random as to whether you got the bonus levels or not. But it's funny because I obviously made a... It was again a guide that came out. That's right, I did it on the evening it came out. The Gigantoraptor guide and the Rhino guide are my two best performing guides, and they're the two that I probably spent the least time on. I still spent a reasonable amount of time, but I did it on the day it came out, and I didn't have all the information. I was just going on what I could find out in game. But yeah, so my guide is completely missing that part of info because I just didn't know it. It's because it was a mod when it first released. It came out as a mod, so I couldn't look into the numbers. I couldn't go through the dev kit on it. I just had to sort of test things out in game and work out what I could. And that's partly why I don't do that anymore. I want to give everything. I don't want to say, you know, oh, this is the full guide to this creature, and then it turn out that I was missing half the features. But that means I have to wait. And, well, clearly the numbers speak for themselves. If I get a guide up in the first 12 hours, it does a lot better than the ones I put up a few days later. Which is unfortunate, because the ones you put up a few days later are a lot more informative. What do I think about Season 2, the animated series getting announced? Is it technically part 2 of Season 1? Not that I'm really sure what the difference is there. Like, how is that not just Season 2? I don't know. But I mean, we always knew it was coming. I think the only thing is, again, it's a bit later than they initially said. They said, you know, it'd be like a couple of months to get to the second part, and instead it's going to be in about a year. Also, that Rex I just saw up the hill is right outside of where I had my initial shack base. And yet I remember I spent so much time roaming around this island before I saw a first Rex and was like, oh my god, they do exist. That's what was so confusing at the start. It felt like there was no creature diversity on the island. There was about 3 things that spawned, you know. Raptors, Dilos and Carlos, that was like it. And it was just because, for whatever reason, things didn't seem to spawn. Like, there was no Rexes for the first day, and then they just... now they're everywhere. It's very odd. Please tell me you got a child. No, of course you don't have a child. Why, Seratos, are you all babyless? You're glad they didn't drop it, especially with rumours of their bankruptcy. I do think, like, obviously, not just because I like the game, but I do think it would be a shame if they were to end up sort of, you know, if they were to end up bankrupt. I don't think the company themselves have made any, like, major missteps or anything. You know, there are companies who've done far, far worse things, you know, and far worse performing games. I know everyone goes like, oh, you know, everyone likes to complain and say that Ark is dead, you know, there's, like, the amount of people who try and throw around the numbers of, like, there's more people playing ASE than ASA, it clearly shows that the game is a flop. And it's... well, yeah, ASE has lower system requirements and more content. Of course, there's going to be a lot of people playing it. Plus, in some cases, you know, they've been invested in their servers for years. If they don't have their entire friend circle moving over, they're all going to stay in one place. So, no surprises there. But yeah, there's games that keep running for, you know, for 5-10 years on the back of a player base of like 1,000. Ark is nowhere even close to that. Admittedly, they do have clearly a lot more server costs because they have a very big official network. So they do obviously need a few more players to... well, it's not just about how many players. If, you know, if the players have nothing to buy, that's an awkward rock. If the players have nothing to buy, then yeah, obviously it could, you know, it's not making any money. Did you have a baby before you died? Yes? No? I'm not seeing a small Serato fleeing anywhere. I'm going to assume that's a no. Yeah, as you say, I would assume it is Snail that's in financial trouble, not Wildcard. But that's what I mean, like, if Wildcard did get into financial trouble, if Wildcard were going bankrupt and it all hinged on, you know, how many Dreadmares can they sell, I think it'll be a real shame. Because I don't feel like they've done anything particularly wrong. I don't feel like, you know, they've made a mess of the game. I don't think they've been particular, you know, they made a bunch of bad decisions or anything like that. By the sounds of it, all of the financial issues, if they have any, are literally because of Snail Games, you know. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't really matter. You know, it wouldn't be fair if Wildcard and Ark went under because of the publisher. Some dumb stuff, but well, that's just the way it goes, I guess. Hey, Susie. I have my chicken. I'm waiting for it to grow up at the moment, and I'm looking for baby Ceratos so I can get to work on some kibble. Unfortunately, all the Ceratos seem to be child-free, so... Oh, hello, nest. That's an 85. I don't have any more eggs right now. Would still be worth taming it if I did, though, because it could have extra feathers. Its child, however, is seemingly a lot less exciting colours. No fun colours on the child. The nearest Cerato is, again, it's in the direction of my base, so. I made the tracker so I can more easily locate these things, and of course, therefore, they're all high level, which means I don't want to kill them off, which means I can't use the tracker properly because it just keeps showing me the same one. Yeah, we got the chickens. I got a 130 and a 20. And of course, there was a 130 that I tried to tame the other day, and it like almost instantly the baby went off the taming tracker, and I assumed it was dead. So we went back and killed the parents so that they would, you know, respawn. And then the baby suddenly came running out from under a bush. Obviously now untamable because I killed the parent. So, yeah. But then I found another 130, which I tamed, and then, like, 10 minutes later found a 140, but I didn't have any more eggs. So we just grabbed a 20 for the, for the breeding and, feathers. Sorry, I'm apparently quite tired and yawning. I don't want to be on too much longer, but I also want to get a Cerato baby today. Down there, that's that 130 we saw, so I don't want that one. 130 down there. There's the 150 and the 140, I think, up there. Down here. Yeah, I really like the 130 chicken we got. It's a very nice set of colours. Turquoise, orange, a little bit of like dark red and some white. Well, the turquoise and the orange go really well together. It's because orange is just such a good colour. Don't know why everyone's so obsessed with purple. Orange is clearly the superior. Purple is a silly colour. Who would like purple? Honestly. I'm like the only Ark player who isn't blue. I do know an incredibly large amount of people who like purple in Ark. Well, not just in Ark, actually. I know a lot of people. And they're also like... It's... Okay, so there's certain things I tend to find go almost like hand in hand with... an obsessive personality. Obsessive maybe not the right word, but like anyone I've ever met who is into into smoking the forbidden leaves. I'm trying to keep things you know, YouTube friendly. But anyone I've ever encountered, you know, who smokes that, is always like, it's like their entire life, you know. It's all they talk about, all the time. Any conversation, they'll try and slip it in somewhere, you know. And there's a few other things I find like that. Well, you know. I can't think of a good example off the top of my head right now, but there's a few other aspects where people are like, if they like it, then it is their whole life, you know. Everyone must know. And that's how I tend to find with people who like purple. It's not that it's their whole life. It's not quite as extreme as that, but that it's like everyone must know and everything must be purple. Like, I've known people who like purple and they will just randomly drop it into conversations. They'll just be like, you know, just be like, yeah, but purple's the best colour. Just out of nowhere, like, I mean, obviously not out of nowhere. It has to be, colour has to be mentioned somewhere, but. Or like, have you ever seen, you know, you get like the TV shows where they go around like people's houses and stuff and, you know, redecorate, things like that. And there's always some like random, there's always some random like middle-aged woman whose entire like apartment is pink. Everything, the furniture, the walls, the clothes, you know, it's all pink. And that's how I tend to find like people who like purple and pink. It's always like that. It must all be purple and pink. It's not just like, yeah, it's a cool color, it's my favorite, I like it. It's like, no, this is my identity. I don't know why, it's just that color. I've never met someone who, you know, makes everything blue. Or green. It's always purple. Well, if you ever go, you know, if you use Twitch, on Twitch you can change the color that your username shows up as in chat. And it's like if two people with purple end up in the same chat together, you know, they'll be like, hey, purple bros! I swear, it's just, It's uncanny how reliable it is that it's always purple. I don't get it. I've kind of run out of Seratos, I think. Not one of them has had a child. I did see, just briefly then, something which initially, there it is, a Megatherium. 2 Megatherium. Bug-raged Megatherium. Oh dear. Keep away from those. Another bear there. Oh yeah, Megatherium. Early on, I only saw one. It was ages before we saw even one of them, and that was a terrible level. And I've been over this bit a lot. This is just down the hill from my base. I'm here all the time. And now suddenly there's Megatherium. Where have they come from? But I'm not having any luck with these Seratos. And that damn 150 is going to ruin the tracker. Yes. Yes, I am dying of heat. I totally would have definitely noticed when I hit 50% and it started, you know, going duh, 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 duh. Like, honestly, definitely. Unquestionably, I definitely, I would. There's no way I'd just keel over from the RG. That would never happen. Nah. Yeah, thank you. I totally would not have noticed until I hit about 10%, and yeah, too late. Okay, do we reckon I'm in a safe spot for... Not safe spot, sorry, yeah. You reckon I'm far enough away for a... That's pointing to the 150. That's the right direction for it. So apparently I've killed every single one in that lower half of the island. In fact, I might have just killed every single one on the island that isn't 130 plus. Where are the ones that have got babies? They don't have to be a good level. Even that one that murdered my RG outside the cave didn't have a baby. Ridiculous. Absolutely flippin' ridiculous. Yeah, it's going to the 150 again, I reckon. It's the right direction. I don't think I've seen a baby one at all, at any point. Everyone else I know who's been playing this map has got at least one baby. if not 2 or 3. I don't think I've seen a single one. The bears, on the other hand, they all seem to have cubs. Like, it's crazy. Which is why I want the Gigantoraptor, you know. Just so many bears with babies. I am gonna have to do some leveling on the Gigantoraptor though before I can use it for the baby cloning. I know there's no way I'm getting near the max level, so we're definitely going to lose some taming levels. But even a baby with, like, you know, 60%, something like that, it means it's got less chance of getting a good stat roll, but it's still better than the baby we would have had without the Gigantoraptor at all. It's still a chance. Oh, that's a new direction. Finally found a new Serato. I'm gonna have to go soon though. It's getting close to midnight, and I've been yawning for a good hour at least. My sleep has been so bad lately. It's not like no 2 days have been the same. It's slowly starting to get back towards some sort of normality. And it's largely because I've been like, I've just managed to have something to keep me going. Like I start feeling tired at like 6 PM kind of thing. But yeah, if I can convince someone to sit down and play a game for a couple of hours, that keeps me up. And the stream has helped. But yeah, it's midnight, and tomorrow I really need to do some work, but I haven't decided what on yet. I feel like it's a bit late. I've missed the boat, but I do kind of want to make the Archelon guide. I spent ages researching it, testing so much before the creature was even out. I tested so much, and then like 3 weeks later I still haven't actually put the guide together. So where's this Serato? There you are. Level 15, still no baby. And then that's like a 145? 135. Oh, hang on, wait. 20, no baby. Why? Why do none of you have child? think I might just have to... Oh, jeez, this is a lot of horses for just up the hill from an Astral Rex. I've barely seen a horse on this map, and now they're all here. The most dangerous spot. Anyway, I feel like I'm going to have to call it quits for the night, and then... as much as I don't really want to do it off stream, I think I'm going to have to just keep culling and trying to find a baby. So the aim was to try and grab a baby, or well, grab ideally 2 babies, get eggs going, so that next time we do a stream, I'm like, hey look, I've got kibble! I can tame things! I don't mind taming things off stream. I've been out and tamed several bears off stream, but I always like it, you know. Same with the videos. I don't mind doing things off camera, but if it's the first time I'm doing something, I want it to be on you know, on camera, on stream. Like, I don't really like the idea if we get to next session and I'm just like, hey guys, look, I've got half a dozen adult Ceratos pumping out eggs. See, where did they come from? Don't love the idea, but I think I'm gonna have to, especially as this is still not got a child. Alright. Well, yeah. We've done a pretty much full loop of the map there. I didn't check that eastern peninsula, but unless that's, you know, just absolutely packed with babies for some reason, then it looks like there aren't any. I'll have to wait for respawns and hope. Okay, so we'll call it there. If next time I stream, you know, I've got suddenly a bunch of Ceratos and kibble, and you're like, where did that come from? Hmm? It's, yeah. It just happens. These things just happen, you know. Kibble appears, Ceratos pop about the ground. Don't question it. I'll see you all next time, hopefully. Thank you very much for hanging out, keeping me company. Help me stay awake. We got our chicken. It's so pretty. I love it. And then you've got this one that's apparently sitting down. I'll see you guys later. Bye bye.